You care?
Ask me if I care.
Okay. You care?
No.
Uh-oh, Dad.
What'd you do? Broke your glasses.
Yeah.
I got fancy blue ones upstairs.
No, I'm good.
They're pretty blue.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, before I call the meeting to order, we have, who's in?
He's not here.
Who
He's
is-
at the fire hall, so he's not back yet.
Oh,
So our new director of municipal services, Joe Cartwright, is his first day was yesterday, and he said I'll be back by 9:30, and he's not back by 9:30. So he went to the Dunmore station, and so he must be very busy. So when he gets back, we'll introduce him, and I apologize, but he's already knee deep.
he's in trouble on the first day. Not saying hi to council, that's a bad one.
He'll be back, I hope.
I hope.
Is that like an introduction by fire?
I gotta call the meeting to order.
Not yet. Can we get Michael to come down?
Oh, are you broken already?
Yes. Please.
Yeah, I'm on a borrowed one myself right now. We're just falling apart everywhere here.
Oh, never mind.
You're up?
Here you come.
Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. The agenda, any additions or deletions? Not seeing any. Richard's moving the agenda. And today will be a show of hands for the voting. Vote. That's carried. Minutes from last meeting. Everybody read them? Michelle's moving them. Any issues with them? Vote. Carried. What are we off to here? 4.1, Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2024-15, wild boar. It's on page 8. The recommended motion that council provide first, second, and third reading to bylaw 2024-15 as presented. It talks about the Agricultural Service Board is proposing that council consider adopting a prohibition of wild boar within Cypress County by bylaw to prevent the establishment of the destructive pest. It was discussed at the June 25th meeting, and resolution number 2024-27 that the ASB moved to accept the proposed bylaw prohibition of wild boar within Cypress County as presented, and it's been reviewed by legal counsel and sent to council for consideration. And it talks a bit about wild boar. I think that everybody is familiar with the destruction that wild boar can do. And our agricultural supervisor, Lisa, is here to answer any specific questions. It is recommended to do readings 1, 2, and 3 today.
Thank you. Shane?
I'll make number 1.
Okay.
Just trying to get into my computer still.
Okay.
And then I'd like to speak.
We'll do that on 2.
Okay.
We have first reading. Vote. Carried.
I'll move second.
Michelle's moving second. You have anything to say?
No, Shane does though.
Shane, go ahead.
Yeah, the Ag Service Board brought this forward after the conventions and watching some films of how sneaky and how destructive these wild boars can be. And it's something that we gotta put a halt to before it becomes a problem. So, that's why the Ag Service Board brought this forward.
Lloyd?
I was just wondering, how close are they?
So there's a lot in central Alberta, around Edmonton and that area. Lots up there, and there's some in Saskatchewan. So our biggest threat would probably come from Saskatchewan along the South Saskatchewan River type thing. Not imminent or anything like that, but reality is they're getting closer, unfortunately. So if we just have something kind of in place that, and basically that we're not going to allow wild boar farms. That's kind of how this all got started up in Lac St. Anne and that sort of area up there around Edmonton. So some of them have escaped, and unfortunately now this is kind of the issue. So.
Any other questions? Makes sense. Voting on second?
No, we haven't yet.
No. Vote? Carried. Move to have third?
Sure.
Blaine? Vote? Carried.
I think Shane's got a question. No. Oh, we're voting?
He's voting.
Keith is moving third. Vote? That's carried. Thank you. Boy, oh boy. 6.1, Terlin. It's going to be a rough one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attached in closed, locked is the document. There's a request for a land development project developer to come to council in closed session and share the project that they are considering in Cypress County.
Thank you. Some of us have seen, or met with this, and the company would like to meet with council. That's why this is on. Lloyd, you're moving. Okay. Any questions on it? Vote. Carried. 7.1, Charlene?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is the June capital update on page 33. It goes from 33 to 37. The recommended motion that council receive the June 2024 capital budget update for information. Is there any questions? And I believe our finance supervisor, Paul, is here to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Blaine's moving the report.
Sure.
Does anybody have any questions on it? Anybody? Good, perfect. Don't let him sit there and get away with no questions.
And it's not really a question, it's just something for a request down the road. Can we as council, get the final numbers on that 7-person's fire hall someday? Definitely before the fall budget, because we'll be looking at the Irvin Fire Station, and I would be very curious, and if we could have it separated, the site, the road and water and sewer going to it, that should be a separate item. It's just, would be the building itself and the contents.
Yeah, through the chair, we can certainly do that. What's presented before you is relatively close to the final number. There are some deficiencies that are being fixed at this point in time. Those were supposed to be done in the last week or so. I haven't had an update yet. As you know, the chief has been off on leave, but he is back in the office. So we can certainly do that. No problem.
So we met with Colliers 2 weeks ago, and there is deficiencies, and they will be providing the final numbers once the final numbers, but what Paul has is fairly close. And they're going to break it out furthermore to what's like for what was like furniture, every component will be broke out, so it can be completely defined.
Yeah, that'll really help us when we're planning for the Irvin one then, as far as a budget number too. And while we're talking about it, it was something I was going to bring up in my report, but any plans in the next month or two to have an open house so the public can tour it and see
More
what's
than
going on?
likely, a date will come in August, but wanted to get the deficiencies completed.
Okay,
And so probably sometime in September,
sure.
beginning of October, before the snow flies.
Yeah, let's do it before the snow flies, please. Yeah, okay.
We'll reach out to fire and get some dates that, because we prefer a Saturday or Sunday, probably, hey? Saturday?
Shane needs to go to church. Okay,
The Dunmore Fire Station upgrading, is that something that administration is looking at to bring out in the fall for tender also, or would that be next spring? Because I know we have it on the budget, the plan for 2025, but would everything be in place that it could be tendered out for this over the winter, for spring construction?
So for subject to check, and I looked at Steve, and I'd have to, through the chair, I don't know the timing of that.
Okay.
And so, but that being said, I can get back to you on that.
Okay, it's not a priority, but I get asked once in a while where that project is at, so.
Through the chair, just to supplement that a bit, the design and the plans are well underway, and they're just kind of working through preparing the package to put out for tender. Don't know what that date is for the tender though, but it's well underway.
Great, that's all I need, thanks.
so I have one for the Dunmore Shelter Belt. Is that, I know there's quite a few trees in there that are being removed because there's a lot of dead ones. Are we replacing any of those or just fixing the irrigation? Or was it talked of?
Through the chair, and unfortunately, I don't know that answer. We had to take out the trees before we could actually do the irrigation. So I will check with Public Works and see where we are going to replace those trees. But we had to tear out those trees because they were obviously dead.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of dead ones. That's why I asked, because there's a lot of pine trees in there
Yeah.
that have died off. Obviously, because they didn't get water, but
So Ken is looking at, there's no tree selected specifically what they're going to put in there, but he's looking into that.
okay. Richard?
I just replaced a few trees, so I know how expensive that is, so I'm imagining once that you have a plan, you'll be coming back for some money, like,
Through the chair, yeah, larger caliper trees are certainly more expensive these days. So we're hoping to be within budget, but again, that's, if it warrants, then we will come back to council.
okay. Yeah, if we're gonna do it, I think we should do it right, and if it involves coming back and asking for some more money, and you'll definitely probably know where you wanna take it from, so, okay.
Blaine?
Yeah, to the chair. Just wanted to ask a couple questions about some of our culverts that we've been replacing, especially the one out in Elkwater area there that got damaged from the flood, where we're at with that, because, I mean, summer is moving on. Hopefully it gets done before winter. I guess we'll start with that one, then I have another one. Can you, or, because I see Ken.
So is it in the report, sorry, is it in the CAO report? Was there identified in?
Well, it's in, because there was damage to that one, and there was replacement pipe on order. I'm just wondering if it's, how close we are to getting it.
I'm sorry, I'll have to bring it
That's
back.
fine. I just
Yep,
thought if we put it, then you could get back, or Ken could
Okay.
get back to me on it.
yep, you bet.
Is there anything else?
I got one more. that I was gonna get Carolyn to get Ken to look into. The culvert down at, by Deerview Meats.
Okay,
I had a conversation with Perry the other day, and that one was kind of filled up with the last flood that we had, and it's never been
cleaned out?
cleaned out. It needs to be.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
And that's good.
Okay, is there any other questions on the capital budget? Not seeing any? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Steve.
Terry Lynn pointed out, talking about the CAO report. So in bridge files 74284, that's the one that Jayco was doing down by Elkwater. The pipe will arrive, so we're just waiting on the pipe. The pipe will arrive by the end of July, so I'm anticipating end of August that'll be complete.
Thank you. Any other questions? How's your first day on the job?
So far, so good. My apologies.
Not seeing any? Vote? That's carried. You want to take a second?
Sure. So everyone, I'd like to introduce Joe Cartwright. He is our new Director of Municipal Services. He started yesterday. We've kept him really busy, and we really look forward to him joining our organization. And yeah, we have lots to do, so we're very excited. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome to Cypress County. All right,
He asked where you live, because he's just being nosy.
don't say the city.
More of a, yeah, child of nature up here.
Good answer, right?
7.2, Terlin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The June operating update and AP listing on page 38. Is there any questions? And the recommended motion to accept as information.
Did have a question, but you answered it the other day. I'm good.
Richard's moving it. Sure. Any questions? Not seeing any. Vote. That's carried. 8, CAO report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you on page 64 is the CAO report. There is lots of information on all the projects that are going on right now, and it's summertime, so there is lots going on. So, is there any questions?
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you.
Michelle?
My question involves the peace officer update. The meeting with the town of Redcliffe, the city of Medicine Hat, about the local SPCA. It was there. What's happening with that? Do we know?
So through the chair, I had met with the peace officer as her interim supervisor. It looks like the region is in quite a bind for any kind of animal surrender or a place to take it, including a park and SPCA. So there's some significant challenges in getting these dogs to a shelter. So the peace officers has currently kind of kicked off some conversations about solutions. Doesn't seem like there's anything immediate available as everything's at capacity. So probably a conversation, potentially even heading into budget to address that. Yeah.
Well, we gotta do something. I mean, Schuler's getting overrun with cats and dogs, and they keep showing up at my house, and, I can only take so many.
Do we want to see if we can do I won't say cat roundup, but like we did, see if the Canadian animal people can come in the fall?
I thought they were coming in the fall.
I don't know.
Schuler, anyway.
Okay, we'll confirm if they are. I know they're very busy, and it's all run by volunteers. We'll confirm dates on when they're coming. Canadian Animal Task Force.
Yeah.
That's it.
That one.
Yeah. So we'll get the dates on when they're coming. I know there was discussion, but I don't know if it's formalized, because they do a great job.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
The last time I brought this up, I think we had a discussion that they were coming in the fall, and I said to please put Schuler on the list and for that, so.
Yeah.
Because it's, like I said, getting out of hand. COVID was rough on animals and pets.
We'll get those dates confirmed when they're coming.
What did they actually do?
Shane?
What did they do when they cut?
So they trap them and
And then release them back.
And if they're not healthy, they get treatment for them?
You guys got to use your mic.
So what they do is they come in and they trap the animals. They also work with private homeowners, and because it's not cheap to get an animal spayed or neutered, so they work with people, and at a very nominal fee, they do that procedure for them. And then also too, they help find new homes if some of those animals because some of them are feral, they cannot be tamed down. So those do go back out, but they've been spayed or neutered. And but the ones that are tameable, they try to find new homes for them. And then privately, they go to people's homes. Because like when they went to Walsh, I believe there was 4 or 5 that this individual had in their own home that they did for them at a nominal fee. So they're a very caring group, and they love animals. And what they've done for this municipality is amazing, because we had some significant issues.
And those issues are arising out there now. I come home from town the other night, it was dark, and there were probably 5 kittens running around in the ditch out there. And it's just sad because nobody, people aren't, the ones who can take care of them do, but there's just so many running around out there. Okay, thank you.
Shane?
Yeah, I got a few. I see Chief Administrator met with representatives of CFP Suffield. How is that going with the water line and storage and?
Yeah, so they're continuing to work on it. The one gentleman that was the specific engineer on it, his boss got seconded to Latvia, I'm screwing that up, but overseas, and so he had to move up. So he's not actively, he's still working on the file, but he has other stuff going on too. So they're working on, it's still moving straight ahead. In closed session is the presentation from the base, and what they're planning on, what their plans are.
I do have inside information that that guy will be back next week.
Oh,
That
good.
is my son. He's still in Latvia. He's leaving on Sunday, I believe. How is things going with the park, Cypress Hills? Things are moving along?
I think that would probably be best to be discussed in closed session.
Okay. Next one. Way down yonder. Hang on.
You got these little things called notepads. You can write your questions down. Have them
Yeah, but I was
there.
rushed this morning and I had issues with work, so bear with me. Yes.
My question is, under planning and development, meeting with the developer and site engineer for Eagle Ridge to discuss approval process for the storm pond. Is that something that we will be sharing with them, that storm pond? Is it possible? Or will be our storm pond for our development be beside their storm pond? Or is it too early to ask that question?
Through the chair, Ken and I have had meetings with the Wild Possibilities developers, and we have shared the Dunmore Junction plans for their information. This pond particularly applies to the existing 22 lot phase, and then phase 7B of that, so it was deferred to phase B, so this is for that pond, whereas the pond further to the east would be a further development later on.
So will the pond for our development, will that be roughly the same area then? Like, am I envisioning one big pond or 2 or 3 small ones? I'm just curious on this.
And I think we have the concept plans for the build out of Eagle Ridge, and I think that the placement being that that's the natural low spot will align with what their plans are and ours as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, it's under utilities. Desert bloom plant piping. It reads, put in a lot of time and effort in getting drawings and preparation. construction is scheduled to start in the fall when water demand is lower. What, are we running lines to flower beds in there, or what is this? Plant piping?
Through the chair, there's some repairs, some upgrades needed actually at the water plant itself. So not plant like foliage, but plant as in the pump and some piping that just needs a little bit of attention.
Remember we talked about it, I think that's the one that was held together with a ratchet strap?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's really important that the plant gets fixed.
I know, that's what I figured, but when you actually read it, people can take the wrong idea. If they're reading our agenda, that we're running water lines to the flower beds. Because it's plant piping, plants, you know?
Well, we cleared that up. Michelle, you had something?
I just wanted to apologize. When you said with the A Park thing, they had come out, they were supposed to be scheduled for Schuler last fall, and it never happened. That's what I was thinking of. Thank you.
Any other questions on the CAO report? Michelle had the first question, so she's moving it. Vote. Carried. All right, Reeve and council reports. Pretty much a few things I need to talk about, and there will be in camera today. There is one, had some repairs call in the last day or so on the Highway 3, but I'm going to let Shane discuss that because that's his bag. So it's a little frustrating going on there, but he'll bring it forward. Start with Keith.
Okay, so I went to a PEP meeting in Rosemary back in June, and all my notes are somewhere. But mostly it was an annual meeting, and so I don't have much to report on that. June 30th, went down to Suffield for their pre-Canada Day celebrations and judged their chili cook-off. There's about 70 or 80 people there, so it's a good turnout in spite of the fact that it rained most of the day. The kids were out playing in the rain, and everybody seemed to enjoy themselves, and it was all good. The last Saturday went to the Celebrate Cypress County event in Walsh and got to announce the winners for the Citizen of the Year. So that was good in spite of the fact that a major shower moved through just before they got there. So that was good. That's all my report.
Thank you. Michelle?
On the 19th of June, I had a short grass meeting and a Cypress View meeting. Then we did the Red Cliff Water Treatment Plant meeting. I had an FCSS policy meeting on the 24th. Then July 5th, I had a board meeting in Edmonton. And they're basically looking for a new president because ours is going to retire. So I think all the nomination packages and everything have been sent out. Had, on the 9th, had an MPC meeting. And we have another one on the 30th because it's a big one for the solar and wind. And so we're going to be doing that. And then on the 13th, Keith was the MC for the awards, and I handed them out. And it was a great event and good surprise, and the food was good. And yeah, that was it.
Thank you. Blaine?
Yeah, not a whole bunch going on. We had an ASB meeting on June 25th where a few of the bylaws and policies that we discussed that we'll be bringing forward today. I guess that's about it. Few calls from ratepayers about the roads with the rain and stuff, so that's about it for my area.
Can I go back because I forgot something?
Okay.
When you said ratepayers, it reminded me that I have had several ratepayers calling about the removal of the trees from the water treatment plant, and wondering if they're going to get put back, or if they're, well, I know they won't get put back because they can't go in that area, but whether or not they're going to be reimbursed for them or what's happening. So I have had numerous calls on this, and I will try and find like exactly how much they were, when they were planted, what kind of trees they were, and all that stuff, and email it in. Thanks.
Richard?
Not much. Well, numerous phone calls. Drove through Desert Bloom the other day. Flowers are awesome. If you want to see nice flowers, you should definitely go to Desert Bloom. There is 2 valves exposed in front of the water treatment or the water building there, and I think that's the ones that must be replaced. But sorry, couldn't resist, Shane. On Tuesday, the 25th, I attended a Verge meeting at the County 40 Mile office in Foremost. Lots of things that got discussed. And then Friday, on the 5th, I attended an RMA member visit at the office. We had Paul and Jason and Tasha come down from Edmonton, and, well, I guess Jason's from Vulcan, and just gave us an update on what's going on with RMA and if we had any concerns. And I guess one of the concerns was that victim services, what's happening there. So RMA is working on that. They're not impressed with the lack of consultation that they got either. So that's about it. Phone calls on the roads. Actually only a couple of those. And phone call from Elkwater, but our fellow counselor down there, he's doing a heck of a fine job looking after things. So that's it.
Shane?
Okay, had a Lake Service Board meeting. Attended the Redcliffe meeting, joint meeting we had with them. Went to Calgary with the Paul family that won the Farm Family Award. Went up there with them on Monday. Represented Cypress County. Been dealing with quite a few phone calls about roads and gravel, and now, lately, lots about Highway 320. People are getting phone calls. Some are even being notified through Facebook. One person, yesterday, I talked on the phone for over half an hour, really upset that he was told that the highway's going right through his house. And it's a brand new house that's been approved along highway through, met all the regulations through transportation. And now this outfit has told him that the highway's coming right through his living room. To not do any more work. They were going to be doing some landscaping this week and got told, don't do any more because you won't get paid for it. So there's a lot of confusion out there. I got another phone call this morning where why are they phoning me? I'm on the other side of the highway. Thought the highway's going on the other side. So transportation, I feel, is really dropping the ball here, and I'll pick on them. Because we should have had a consultation, and this here is really affecting a lot of people in this stretch. And I know we have a meeting coming up with them, but it can't come soon enough. Because there is a lot of upset people, like these guys are upset. They had everything lined up, they had a backhoe coming, and got told not to do it by this outfit that is representing Alberta Transportation right now. So people are getting upset. I know Kaylee you're going to get some phone calls, and because it's like they're really upset because they just built the house and met all the regulations and approvals, and now they're being told it's coming right through there. Where did this come from? So it's big confusion out there, and I got another text from another outfit, another person. So I mean, we have to get in contact with Alberta Transportation, and we got to get this thing settled soon. And I know they're coming, but it can't come quick enough. Because there's a lot of upset ratepayers right now.
Absolutely. I'm going to add to that before we'll go to Lloyd here. I got the phone call yesterday too, so we got on it right away, and the calls, the emails have already gone into Alberta Transportation. We're waiting to hear back on stuff. Unfortunately, and we know this for a fact, that the very most important person that we need to talk to there is on holidays. Unfortunately, we can't do anything about that. But as soon as that person gets back from holidays, I suspect we'll have some communication with them. And you're right, the public consultation side of this is just atrocious on how they dealt with it and how they're dealing with it. I mean, everybody knows we want the Highway 3 twins, but what the heck are we doing? We do one little thing here in Cypress County and we advertise the heck out of it and have everything done. They can disrupt these people's lives like this. This is unacceptable. It needs to be dealt with. And you're right, Shane.
And being notified through Facebook. No phone call, it was through Facebook, how they got notified.
It's,
An any phone outfit. That's bad.
it's so inappropriate on how they're doing. We'll get to the bottom of it, but right now we can't, we're stuck for a little bit, but we will get to the bottom of it.
So if you can keep a log of all of the folks, like their names, how they're contacted, that, you know what I mean? So we have so when the regional director is able to talk to us, then we have it ready to go and say, you know what I mean? So if we could log that, and so we have it's tangible, that would be awesome.
Yep, we will.
Not a problem.
Well, I was gonna say, I get lots of complaints on roads, but nothing like that.
So on the 19th, I attended the Verge meeting with Richard. I went to learn more about it. It was quite interesting, and I picked up a lot about it. Attended the meeting in Red Cliff on the 20th, and then on the 5th, went to the RAMA meeting here. It was quite interesting. I attended the meeting in Elkwater Community Center, and they are really trying to move forward and progress, and they have a lot of plans coming up here. Attended we had an MPC meeting on the 9th, and then I attended on the 13th out to Walsh for the Citizens Award, and it was good. And I got a lot of phone calls about our ditches and roads, and I talked to some staff, and they dealt with it. And yeah, but nothing like yours.
No, it's been a frustrating couple of days, not just for us, but for the people that are dealing with it. It's very inappropriate. One thing I forgot to add with the RMA, linear assessment was discussed again, and man, Steve's been on that board for linear assessment for the last couple of years, 3 years, I believe. Is it 6 now? Yeah. But they're trying to backdoor something through another side of the energy to give a tax relief on the linear assessment for gas in this area for shallow gas. And it's a backdoor process they're trying. It's very frustrating. Paul with RMA had some very choice words for the way that was going forward. I can't repeat those here, but so they're on it. They're trying to deal with it, but it's pretty shady the way they're trying to backdoor that through energy and not go through the linear assessment. So it's just, publicly, people need to know that that's inappropriate too, the way that's going. But RMA is on it. They caught wind of it. Like, what was the name of that? Egger report. That's bad words in RMA right now. It's a private company in Brooks that put together this report that said that they should give a better tax break for shallow, mature gas, and it's one person in the industry's opinion, and the government's following that opinion. So It's not helpful for us, for Cypress County, if they get it through, it's a couple $1 million a year in assessment that we're gonna lose. And it's gonna hurt our bottom line. What we talked about 3 years ago or 4 years ago about us handing the keys back to the county in 5 to 7 years, if they got that through, is a very real possibility if they get this thing through. Because they're just handcuffing us for what we can charge to maintain our roads and everything else, and downloading more and more stuff on us. It's ridiculous. I don't know how they're figuring that it's going to go through, unless that's their plan, that they just want our keys and want to run it themselves. But it's frustrating at the very least. But that RMA has recognized it, and they are on it. They're trying their best to get ahead of that one. That's all I got on that. Somebody want to move the reports? Lloyd? Lloyd beat you to it. Any questions on the reports? Vote. Carried. We will take a 5-minute break, and then we'll get back at it. Meeting back to order?
Let's talk about rats.
Yeah. We'll talk about animal health. 10.1, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Policy ASB 22, Animal Health. It's on page 81. The recommended motion is that council approve ASB 22, Animal Health as presented. So on page 81, it just talks about the creation of this policy is to promote Animal Health Act in Cypress County, and it talks about the Egg Service Board's role in animal disease, where CFIA and the chief veterinary, they have the main role, and we assist when needed.
Thank you. Blaine,
I'll make that.
you're approving policy ASB 22?
I am.
Any questions on that? Go ahead.
Yeah, we discussed this quite in depth at our meeting. It's just a clarification in there, so our staff is under the understanding they're just to assist. They do not do any enforcement and that. They're just there to assist and to help. And that's it. So we discussed it in length and got clarification.
Thank you. Any other questions? Vote. It's carried. 10.2, Carolyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. ASB Policy 14, Rat and Skunk Control. It's on page 90. If you go to page 92 is where in red is the amendments to the policy. It's already a policy in place, and it just has amendments, clarification for a new regulation and legislation to ensure that we're compliant, stuff like
Basically
that.
bringing it up to date.
Pardon me?
Basically bringing it up to date.
Correct.
Lloyd, do you have a comment over there?
No, sir.
Somebody want to move ASB 14? Keith? Thank you. Anybody have any comments or? No questions? Vote. Carried. 10.3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Policy ASB 18, the ASB bursary on page 95. The recommended motion is that council approves policy ASB 18, ASB bursary as presented. On page 97, in red is the changes. They're adding additional studies that may be considered for the bursary. And so it's agriculture, agri-tech, and environmental studies. Is there any questions?
Shane's moving this one. ASB 18. Any questions on it? There are some. Lisa's sitting here waiting for a question.
Why was the home economics taken out of it? Is that covered by the environmental, or is it something completely different?
Is that a thing anymore?
Well, it probably isn't,
Economics?
but it should be.
It just seemed out of date, so we just put more agricultural kind of studies in there, I guess. Is that, I mean, it would be different wording, I'm assuming then.
There's no I don't think at the U of A, I don't think there's, because that's where the home economics degree was, when there was DHEs with Alberta Agriculture, and they haven't been around since 95.
Okay, so it's just an
I think
updated
that's-
terminology is all it
I think
is.
that's why, that's, yeah, an updated terminology. But agri-tech is pretty open, environmental studies is pretty open, agriculture, because there's so many studies that's, or help, like, would be part of it. So I think that's why, I'm making an assumption.
That's right, no, that's right.
Because we don't have DHEs anymore.
No.
So district home economist, if anyone. That dates me a long time ago. Woo-hoo, I'm getting old.
Well, that was, when I read it, that was kind of where my thought went, was, that if, yeah, it makes sense. I'm good.
Okay.
Any other questions? Vote. Carried. 10.4, Carolyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Medicine Hat East Ring Enhancement Project, it's on page 102. The recommended motion that council direct administration to provide a letter to the City of Medicine Hat concerning the East Ring Enhancement Project as discussed. There's background on page 102 and 103. And to follow that as well is the letter from the City of Medicine Hat on page 105. And an actual project update on the following page.
Thank
Is there any questions?
you.
So currently, there is a line that's in our right-of-way as well, so this is updating it. So it's for the line, not for the substation. Remember, we'd made comment about that? And so this is the line to accommodate the substation.
Does administration have any concerns about the line and where it's upgraded and stuff? I tried to follow it on the map also, and it's above my pay grade, above my head on this one.
Yeah, and through the chair, the primary reason why we're bringing this forward is just to ensure that council is informed. And if you are hearing any feedback or concerns from ratepayers, now would be the opportunity to provide that comment to the city to provide that level of support. There's really only 2 locations where Cypress County is primarily impacted, and it's on Range Road 52, Range Road 53. They're proposing to utilize the existing transmission line. However, they are intending to make revisions to it. And through listening to ratepayers, they're actually proposing to heighten the line by 2 meters to better accommodate agricultural equipment movement and so forth. So from what we can tell, indication is that the city is consulting with ratepayers and that they're listening. Generally speaking, the transmission line complies with the municipal development plan direction. If it's not contained in the existing right-of-way, it's going to be relocated somewhere else, and then there's going to be different impacts in a different area. So, right, we have to kind of balance those things. So I think the intention, if council has no concerns, will just be to advise of the municipal development plan direction and also reinforce that stakeholder consultation is key.
Okay, that sounds great, because I have not had a phone call on this, so.
I guess this, to the chair, this is a question for Kayleen. Is this the one we talked about a couple meetings ago where we picked the ABC line? This isn't the one?
No, through the chair, that was pertaining to the MHS substation. They're still working on finalizing their final location and their interconnection. So once we hear further on that, we'll bring that forward as well.
I just got confused if this was the same line or if this was something different.
Yep, different.
Michelle?
Through the chair, the lines that are on Range Road 52 and 53, or whatever they are, they're already there, right? All they want to do is like kind of upgrade them and put the line higher and stuff like that, but they aren't making anything that isn't there already.
That's correct, based on the information that they've provided.
And then the same thing with the river, like where it comes across the river, is that line existing or are they putting a new line under there?
My understanding that that's within an existing alignment.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, sorry, Keith, go ahead.
I think Michelle just asked my question. But to clarify, they're not actually putting in new poles then? They're just using the existing poles, or are they actually going to put in new poles that are higher?
I think there's a couple locations where they're putting in new poles. However, due to the separation, it'll actually be fewer poles than what's existing right now.
Any other questions? Richard had the first one, so he's making the recommended motion.
Yes.
Council directs administration to provide a letter for the city Medicine Hat concerning the East Ring Enhancement Project as discussed. Vote. Carried. 10.5, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eagle Butte Road, road plan cancellation, page 137. The recommended motion is that council move to direct administration by amended resolution to submit road plans 1415 BM, 4370 BM, 8710770, and 4457 JK, accepting accepting those portions within the provincial-owned lands for closure to Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors for ministerial approval. So it's on page 137, and here on the bottom of 137, it shares why that the amended request for an amended motion is. Upon reviewing our road closure submission, Alberta Transportation advised there's a new procedure in place for road closures affecting provincial Crown-owned lands, and that we must notify Forestry and Parks, public lands, of the proposed closure. Road closures cancellations within the provincial Crown-owned quarters are now closed by the ministerial order by Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, with administration transferred to public lands, parks, and forestry. We have received no notice of objection from Forestry and Parks and Public Lands.
Okay, thank you. Lloyd's moving that recommendation. I'm not going to read it off. Everybody just heard it. Any questions on it? Vote. It's carried. 10.6, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rural Immigration Pilot Project, letter of support, page 143. The recommended motion that council approves a letter of support and participation for the Rural Immigration Immigration Pilot Program. On page 143, it talks about the federal government has recently announced a new rural immigration pilot for communities across Canada. The deadline for the application is today at 9 p.m. This new rural community immigration pilot is modeled after the previously existing rural and northern immigration pilot. The benefits of participating in the federal program is a direct relationship with Immigration, Refugee, and Citizenship Canada, faster processing times for employers and workers, and likely increased availability for applications. And so it just goes further on. We currently are part of renewal regional project with the City of Medicine Hat, the County of 40 Mile, the Town of Redcliffe, and the Town of Bow Island, and where Reeve Hamilton is the representative on that, so he can share more light on this than I can.
This part was just brought up to me. I don't know exactly why it was so short notice, but I guess if they need it to move forward, and Bow Island's really getting a use out of this, so is the Town of Redcliffe. So far, the Cypress County hasn't got much use out of it yet, but we do have one person that's applied, so I guess it'd be helpful. I know Verge has sent in theirs, but it's kind of two different areas there because Redcliffe isn't part of Verge, so I guess we should do the support on it. Richard.
I get totally confused on the amount of programs that the federal and provincial government bring out, and I shake my head many times over this, and the fact that according to them, rural is anything from 100,000 people and less, and so when the city brings forward a program that they want to participate in, and it throws rural in there, I'm going, okay, what's going on? Because we do have our Verge Economic Development Association. So what's happened, and I'm like Dan, I'm doing a little bit of catch up here. Verge is also putting in an application, and that will be to assist County of 40 Mile and Foremost. The reason being that they feel that being those a remote, smaller community, it's a little bit different ball game for them, and so they wanted to keep separate. I think we have both applications go in and see what happens. Maybe they'll both win or both be recognized, and away we go. But man, it is very confusing some days.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I'm on the committee and I'm confused on what's going on in there sometimes, but
Yeah.
especially, and you're right, like this one has Town of Redcliffe, Bow Island, Cypress County, and City of Medicine Hat. Foremost and 40 Mile had a chance to be in there, but they didn't see the value of what the cost was going to be, so that's why they're on their own, so they have to do their own application for it. I would get somebody to move that we give a letter, I guess. Keith, thank you very much. Any more questions on it?
Just, Mr. Chairman, also too, they had requested, and I think it was missed, for FCSS as well, because that's part of it. Can we include that FCSS supports this as well? Because that's a committee of
Cypress County FCSS?
Yeah. Because that's what it says in here. Sorry, I think that was missed.
I missed that too.
Because the FCSS committee is yourself, Deputy Reeve Oster, and Councillor Michelle. So if you guys just include that in the motion.
Oh, my question, why would FCSS be in support of that though? They don't have anything to do with the immigration side of stuff.
Because because this will help assist new immigrants to come in. That was part of, if that is, they're asking for a support letter from FCSS as well. I know Bow Island FCSS is, when I talked to the CAO there this morning, they're getting one from FCSS as well.
Where does it say that? I don't remember seeing anything about it.
That, not on the RFD, but the letter that was forwarded from the city. It doesn't matter. It would be easily to add into the motion, the support from Cypress County and the county FCSS committee.
You prefer not to?
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yep.
Okay, so we are offering a support letter. Supporting who though? Like the city or?
Because they're yeah,
They're doing.
They're doing the
run
application?
Yeah.
they're doing everything.
For rural renewal.
So they're the managing partner for rural renewal, and they're the ones that are leading the regional project for rural renewal. That is a tongue twister.
That's where I was just confused. I wasn't sure who.
And
was
so
that
then they're going to apply for this next step.
supporting. Okay.
They're going to apply for this next step.
I'm kind of with Richard. I think it should just be, I don't think FCSS should be involved in it.
Okay, that's cool. Totally.
Al, what do you?
You're on the board.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, I get why they're asking for FCSS, because if these people come into our communities, they're going to need those support services. So, I mean, I understand why they want to do it, but I don't know. I'm really confused with this whole thing, to tell you the honest truth. Because if the city's putting in an application for this, and then foremost in our Verge, which the city is part of, isn't the city putting in 2 applications then?
No.
City isn't part of Verge.
They're not
Oh,
part of
okay,
it.
okay. I was thinking
City
they were.
and Town of Redcliffe are not part of Verge.
Verge, okay,
So
that
I-
makes sense
So
then.
I just got an email from Brady. He's the project lead on the project. So the application to the Rural Community Immigration Pilot has several requirements, including recommended to have up to 4 full-time staff to support the administration of the program, municipal letters of support signed by the Reeve Mayor from every participating community, letters of support from the local housing authority and possibly FCSS, letter of support from Immigration Settlement Serving Agency. I have no idea what that is. Must identify your current immigration initiatives and demonstrate ability to deliver the program. Must identify your sources of funding for the administration of the project.
So we have 4 administration on this?
So like they have the capacity to do it when I read that.
Wow, that just gets bigger and bigger. That started.
So I'm just reading, I just got this email. I haven't even read it before. Sorry. So currently, there is letters of support from the Medicine Hat Immigration Partnership, Brooks and County Immigration Services, Samus Immigration Service Association, Connection Intercultural Association, Center for Francophone Speakers. And then expected to receive from today, letters of support from Medicine Housing Authority, Bow Island Municipal Council, Bow Island Housing Authority, Red Cliff Municipal Council awaiting notification from last night. That's hot off the press, guys. That's what I got.
Keith made the count, and the recommended motion was the council approve the letter of support and participation of the rural
Yeah,
immigration program.
and the
Has
ci-
nothing to do with FCSS.
okay. And then the city, it'll be forwarded to the city for the application because they're the managing partner.
We're good with that motion
For rural renewal.
for rural, yeah. Okay,
We thank the federal government for making it so simple.
any questions on that?
Too many to ask.
Vote. Fix those questions. It's carried. Okay. Time to go in closed.
Good, because I want to talk about this. Cost us a bunch of money for nothing.
You're here to defend it.
Yeah, where is he?
They're at 11:30.
Who's the guy in the background?
He's a reporter
Reporter for city,
for chat.
for chat, yeah.
Is a women's shelter here yet, or? Yeah, because I could do that before we go in close. If the women's shelter's here, we could do that before we go in closed.
The one that was over here.
Chat might want to be here for that.
Grab that chat TV guy, or radio guy.
Paul, do you want to let chat know that we're going to do the open on?
Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Doing mighty fine.
That explains what she was saying hi to me.
Fill my coffee.
Yeah.
I have talked to her, but she's the one who got the email. That's part of the confusion that we're gonna wait for them to clear up.
Back to 17.
This is the letter of support from the county for that thing that was just approved.
Okay, that's no FCSS.
No, it's not FCS, no.
Yeah, I can see why she's upset too.
Perfect, I'm gonna get that off, so I don't have to land on that. Thank you.
You want to bring that other one down too? I can sign later.
Oh, yeah. But it's, from what I understand, it's perhaps like it's the front, yeah.
All right. We're a few minutes early, but we'll go to our women's shelter presentation. The floor is yours, ladies.
Thank you so much, Reeve Hamilton and council and staff for having us here today. We appreciate the opportunity to come back and talk to you more about our project.
There you go.
There we go. Let me start that again. Thank you, Reeve Hamilton, council and staff for having us back again to talk more to you about our capital campaign project today. We had sent the presentation in last week, so I don't know if everybody had a chance to look through that. And if you wanted me to go through it in more detail, but if not, then I just thought I could just give you some other thoughts about that.
Well, you probably give us some thoughts, and if anybody has any questions, we'll
Yeah,
nail you
we'll
with
just
the
go from there?
questions. Yep.
Okay, perfect. So we launched this capital campaign back last September. Sorry, I need to introduce you to my president of our board, Jennifer Kerslake, sorry. We launched this capital campaign at our AGM last September. It's an $8.5 million global budget, and the board has set aside $2 million to offset some of those costs, but we do have a 6.5 capital campaign fundraising gap then that we need to fulfill. It's a long-term project, obviously, so it's not something we need to pay right away, but is definitely something that we need to get on top of. So hence why we launched the capital campaign. Part of our whole slogan with this, as you can see throughout the information and what's everything in it, is it's about basic human needs. And really about what we mean by that is the capital campaign was done strategically in the sense of we didn't need to just have a shiny new building just because we wanted something glossy and fun. We really just had to respond to needs that were happening. And really what really came to light to us is that some of the things that when this building was built 25 years ago, it was built functionally and it was great and it served us for many years. But now it's a different population and a different clientele, and there's different human needs out there that we just really need to focus on. So we really want to build a space that's inclusive, that gives people respect and dignity, that offers them simple things like a bathroom in their room. Up until now, clients share bathrooms, so they all have their own bedrooms, but they share bathrooms. And so that really becomes a bit of a struggle, as you can appreciate, when you're in shelter, in crisis with your children, and you need to take care of their needs. During COVID, it was a good example for us because we had to have opportunities to isolate people in their bedrooms and then give them a bathroom, which meant we were left with one bathroom for the rest of the 8 bedrooms, and it just didn't really work so well. So some of those things is what we really worked on with as the board and staff through a strategic plan to come to sort of some realizations that there were just some things that needed to happen to make this a more functional building. One of the major things that came to light for us is that we don't have a fire suppression system in that building. And so really just wanting to bring some things up to code like that, to update the HVAC system. We have an extensive security system as well, but just some of those things where once we realized we had those in front of us, we really just felt ethically we really have to address that and make sure that that's going to happen. So that's really the nutshell of it. We're going to install a fire suppression system, update the HVAC. We're expanding the space, not so much to create extra beds, but that definitely is an issue for us. We're definitely seeing more and more demand and more need for our services. Last year alone, you can see on our stats that we see an increase every year. Police calls are up, so therefore then our services calls are up as well, as we work so closely with them. So part of our struggle is that we haven't had an operational increase from the government. They're the ones who give us our core funding, the provincial government. And the funding that they give us every year is the same amount we've received for the past 10 years. So 10 years ago, what used to pay quite easily for utilities and operating costs and things like that, as you can all know, is just not cutting it anymore. And so therefore our gap that we need to fundraise just in our regular operational budget, not even part of this capital campaign, continues to increase every year. And so it's really only about 65% of our budget that is covered by that core funding from government. And so it works out to about $500,000 a year that we're just operating and relying on community to help fill that gap. And it's huge. And I'm sure you see our events. We're out there a lot. We were just at the Cypress Center event on Saturday as well, just sort of trying to let people know about what we are and what we offer. But that's getting harder and harder to fill. And then on top of that all, part of what we've been working on with the government is also because the last government, when they were campaigning, they promised a $10.5 million to women's shelters as part of their part of their campaign promises. And we're sort of holding out for that to help offset some of our costs and help offset some of our programs and stuff going forward. But unfortunately, we didn't receive any of those dollars. And so we are working closely with Minister Turton, who's our Minister in Children's Services, to try to figure out if there's still some opportunities there. But we've had meetings and conversations, and we've sent a lot of support letters and things like that. But so far, we haven't really received anything. So it is feeling rather dire to us, for sure, in terms of being able to continue and provide the excellent services we still continue. We are the only family violence shelter in our region. We serve Medicine Hat and all surrounding areas. So we do see people come over from all over the place. And so that demand is, yes, sir.
Can you expand more on that area?
On the numbers?
Well, no, The area, does it include Bow Island, Brooks?
Yes, Bow Island, there is a shelter in Brooks, but we do serve up until Brooks. We serve Oyen, Bow Island, and this whole area as well. So we do see families from all over. And sometimes they come, like just recently we had about 24 clients out of our numbers were from the Cypress County area who access some of our shelter services. That's not including people accessing our text line and our helpline and our outreach and things like that, but it's definitely people coming in who need a bed and need a safe place to go. They have been able to come in. Yeah, I don't know if I kind of captured everything there, but
Looks like you have different stages that you're working on. I was just kind of I guess my question is, do you have any like prioritized what you'd like to see done? I know you mentioned the fire suppression and the HVAC, but I just wonder if you had any, specific way of, prioritizing your projects.
yeah, right now, the actual construction began last November, and we were able to be in the shelter till about February. In February, we had to move all clients and the client-serving staff out of shelter because they had to literally take down all the walls and start that fire suppression system and things like that. So those clients have been relocated to a hotel. So it's working, but it's not ideal, as you can appreciate. But the sooner we can get them back into the shelter is our goal. So they are focusing a lot on, in terms of the build and the construction areas and things like that. In terms of what's a priority for us, I think we just really, we just sort of want to get back into the space and provide some spaces like that. We have an education room that we would really like to get up and running because we know so much of the work that we do is about teaching and educating about family violence and what people can do to keep themselves safe and try to break some of that cycle. We see a lot of children in our shelter, so we do a lot of running of programs to try to support them. So that is one of the areas that we would like to have up and running as well.
So how close are you to being back into it?
They tell me that we should be able to have the clients back into the shelter by September. At least for during the daytime, during the night, like to be able to sleep overnight, and they might still have to be out during the day. But I think that by the time the rest of us get back in, it'll probably not be till next spring at that point, because there's still a lot of work to do. It is a pretty big expansion in terms of adding square footage of space. What we really wanted to focus on as well is that a lot of the programs and a lot of the services we had were in our basement, just because we sort of retrofitted the building from what it was built as back in '98, and so our daycare was in the basement, and our laundry facilities were in the basement, and the education and group room were in the basement. But really what we're seeing a lot of, sadly, as you can appreciate because we're a shelter, is clients who come to the shelter are hurt because of the violence that they suffer. And a lot of the women have broken feet or injuries or on crutches, have maybe been strangled and have brain fog and are not very functional. And so they can't use the stairs. And so going downstairs to retrieve your kids for daycare or use the laundry or go down for programming isn't ideal at all. So our goal with this new build was to bring everything up into the main floor and create sort of a really beautiful, functional, inclusive space on the main floor where all those services will be. And the basement can just be for storage and things like that. So that's part of the expansion, is it's sort of leading really out into taking up a lot more of our spaces.
Mr. Chairman, when they presented before, they spoke of the renovations that were going to happen, and the council had asked that they come back and present on what the project was, and very similarly to what Ronald McDonald House was. Remember, there was like sponsorship for particular rooms. So this was what they had went and considered, looking at all the functions, looking at perhaps sponsorship funding for specific rooms and function. So that's how that came to be.
Yep. Yeah, we were just curious on where you're at with the.
Yeah, they tell me it's going well, so that's a good sign.
Richard?
I've gone through your itemized kind of wants, and I was curious where you're at with the outdoor courtyard space. This council has been quite generous to numerous hamlets as far as providing new playgrounds and some parks, and that struck my interest there. So is that something that is ready now or will be next year?
That's something we would start working on. Well, the framing was up. Jen just drove by and was like, oh, the framing's up. So stuff is definitely happening back there. So that is sort of their next, once that framing stuff gets up, they're going to start working on that playground area, courtyard kind of space in the back. Because we do know it's so important for those families who, a lot of them don't tend to leave our shelter because of safety reasons. And so for them to have like a really welcoming backyard area where they can be safe and still enjoy and be outside is just so wonderful. So thank you for that. Yeah, that's really something we were planning to, that's going to be very early in the new year that they'll start.
Okay, yeah, because we've always placed a pretty high priority on the families having an outdoor place to go to, and so that's why I was curious when that project or that part of it could be started. So you're saying it would be probably in the spring?
In the spring, yes,
Okay.
for sure. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
Am I on?
Yeah.
If I can speak to the due diligence of the construction project itself. So 5 years ago, the board started to connect with FWBA architects and work with the city itself as well to take a look at the facility. We knew that we were getting overpowered by the number of clients, specifically once the province opened for summer, July 1st of 2020, we found that our occupancy numbers were at 100% and have essentially since July 1st of 2020 remained at 100%. So when we were working with FWBA, we asked them to do a walkthrough of our facility, really just to see what are the needs, what's crumbling, what's something that we need to take into action now. So after working with them for probably about 18 months, we did realize that the facility itself, built in 1998, was not up to code to nearly anything. Our HVAC system, fire suppression specifically, but as well as accessibility. So when Natasha referenced kind of the 4-level split model, that was another large component. So from that information, as a board, we got together about 3 years ago and did a deep dive strategic planning session into what are all the options possible from a construction perspective. So what would it look like if we sold the building and the land, moved somewhere else, built new? That was beyond comprehension of a price tag for us, our nonprofit, to tackle. So then we put out the bid and started working with Contempra from a contracting perspective, who has been sensational, understanding the very unique needs of our shelter and the services that we provide. So when they broke ground in the spring, they knew that they had probably the tightest construction timeline that they've ever had to meet to ensure that we could bring our clients back to safety. So the construction project itself overall will be completed ideally this time next year. So when Natasha referenced that we could have some clients start to filter in September, that I guess would be considered phase 1 of reentry. But over the course of the next 12 months, there will be multiple iterations of reentry pending the safety from a construction perspective. So we should have everything complete this time next year.
Any questions? Yeah. Keith?
So, if I may ask, at the moment, all your clients are outside the facility?
Yes.
And you're still able to, so there's actually no programs or anything going on in the facility itself?
In our, we have 2 shelters. So in the emergency shelter, nothing is going on because it's a total construction site. We also have a second stage shelter, Musasa House. So we've taken over some programming over there. So we're operating out of there. Our summer camp program is running out of there. Our daycare is running out of there. And then the rest of the programs and services are either through our outreach building, which is our 3rd facility, or at the hotel where the clients are living. They're definitely having programming and services there. The hotel's been wonderful to provide spaces for them to run groups and do different things like that.
Okay, so how much actual square footage are you building new?
6,000 square feet is what it's going to be adding to our existing building. Of the existing 13,000 square feet that we have, 8,000 if it is going to be renovated, and the expansion will add 6,000. So it is a huge space for sure.
Well, the way you're talking, it's needed, so. If you're at
Yeah, we didn't
100%
necessarily want to come
capacity.
to that conclusion, but I think I'm not talking myself out of a job in terms of family violence. We see the numbers continue to rise. I said just the other day, it was this beautiful sunny day and all the staff send me stats in the morning, and we had 32 children between the two shelters, in shelter on a summer evening. And it just really made me think about, like, this is why it's so important for us to have a safe space like this where people can be when things are hard and people are hurting out there, definitely.
If I may too, I can speak to the fiscal responsibility that the board has taken very seriously for this project. So when we, like I said earlier, worked with FWBA to start the process, we knew that the shelter itself was going to have to cover major costs, even just for the exploration. So 100% of those costs were budgeted and prioritized from the board over the last 5 years, even through this transition. So it's costing us $10,000 a week to service the number of clients that we have to service at the hotel where they relocated now. So that also has been an operational priority that the board has budgeted for over the last couple of years, knowing we were going to get to this point, and anticipating that our clients will be in the hotel itself for 16 to 20 weeks. So there has been major budgeting that has happened for our very small nonprofit, and in hopes to not take any of the funding away from services for our clients. And I'm really proud to say that that has not happened through this process.
That's excellent. Richard?
So I talked about the community space for a minute, but what would be your priority for the next stage of getting something done at the shelter? Like, we talked about the daycare center, you talked about the education room. What is number one ask?
Personally, number one operationally would be the daycare.
Daycare?
Yeah.
Yeah, just so we
Absolutely.
have something
Yes.
to discuss, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there any other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
I was intrigued when you were talking about the 10 million announced by the province, so I quick looked up. So it was 5 million in the first year, the way I read it, and then 5 million for the next 3 years. So I might get this number wrong, but I thought there was maybe 17 societies that provided shelter. Is that about right in the province?
There's over 40 shelters.
There's over 40. Okay, so when we divide that by 40, there's not much there.
There's not much, yes, but we still were hoping that some of it would trickle our way, and so.
Okay, so do you have any anticipation of what that funding might look like, or?
No.
So it is respectfully to the provincial government and specifically our ministry. It has been an unbelievable battle we didn't realize we were going to have to fight over the last couple of years. So since 2011, as Natasha mentioned, we haven't had a operational increase. So that is now leaving a 35%, almost 40% gap in our operational costs. So we were very hopeful for this 10.5. So Natasha did attend a meeting with Minister Turton in the spring when it was announced to disperse this money. When our shelter wasn't included right away, the board did respond with a letter asking for clarification. We have yet to receive that. And we have yet to receive that from inquiries to our MLAs as well.
Any other questions?
Great presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We appreciate the consideration very much. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. We're going in camera, so this will be discussion happening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
We'll
so
let
much.
you know.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for having
Really
us.
appreciate that.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
No,
It's really, you can take a look at it, it's pretty like,
yeah.
sweet.
News was just asking about an interview, either maybe about Highway 3 or some of the things we talked about.
If it's gonna be Highway 3, that'll be Shane. Is that what he wants?
Well,
I'll shut up now.
Okay,
Get the auction sale turned off?
we're in council here, Mr. Hawk, not at an auction sale.
It was 120.
Just waiting for the rest of the staff to come.
Carolyn's gone for the day, Mr. Hawk. Yeah. Had you been paying attention, you would know that. But that's okay. You stick with your auction sale.
To smell the flowers is what it is.
11.1, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just so you know, when Shane was up walking around, I did.
11.01, the motion. Do you have that written down, Ingrid?
Can you repeat it?
So the motion that I have is council direct administration to allocate $225,000 for the Women's Shelter Outdoor Courtyard Space and Playground Project to be allocated in the 2025 budget from the CAP levy.
Oh, that sounds pretty darn
That's
good.
the end, that's off the job.
Quote it.
Good job.
Good job. Good job.
Okay, who wants the privilege? Richard? Of course.
Was that 250 on there? or what?
225.
215.
215, yeah.
200.
Are you able to slide that onto the screen for them to, please? Thank you. Do we need a little zoom or are we okay?
No, we're good.
Yeah, big zoom, not a little zoom.
Might have been speaking for myself.
Oh, there we go, now I can kind of read it.
Yeah.
Moved by Richard Olster.
I love those playgrounds.
All right, vote.
Hope we weren't backward.
Carried. 11.1.
Uh, 11.1 is the recommended motion is that council accept the market and feasibility proposal for information
Yeah, we're,
and bring back to a committee of the whole as a recommended motion
yeah, that's what's missing on there.
for further discussion. Thank you, Ingrid.
Committee of the who? Whole. Perfect. Michelle's moving that. Vote. Carried. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Isn't there another one?
I don't remember if we accept the IMC
Oh.
meetings or not.
Yeah, we have to accept that.
Yeah, as for information. I'll
Yeah.
do that one.
Shane's moving 11.3. Intercommittee minutes. Vote. Carried. Yeah, good thing or those wouldn't have been able to go out. All right. Okay, that is meeting adjourned.
It's a team effort, guys. It's